Yeah, that'll help. Turn the wireless mic on. Hey everybody, how we doing? I see we still got people here in the chat already. We got Peggy, Mad. Oh, Peppy did a drive by, and Mr. Mick. And I am wearing my Fretworks hat. I love it, love it, love it, love it. I think she did. I'm tell Mrs. Mick that she did an excellent job on these. And these are very nice quality hats too, everybody. I'm telling you. God dang it. All caught up already. So yes, she did an excellent job. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And again, it's just crazy to see this logo on stuff. Uh Give her a hug for me. There you go. Peggy, they are. They're extremely nice. And they're the nice summer hat too, not the solid one. So it's going to be nice and cool. That which is cool. So I love it, love it, love it, love it. So yeah. Other than the fact of the, I heard Ava barking because we're going on 8 years now. We've never been ever attacked by UPS, FedEx, or the mailman. She's made sure of that. Multi. So I heard her starting to bark, and I went upstairs as fast as I could, which isn't very fast right now. And I saw her. She was in the front window. There's a big picture front window. And I'm like, come on. And so, oh, Billy, sorry to hear that, man. We're sorry. I mean, I knew you were. Sorry to hear that it's took a turn for the worse, brother. So I got Ava into the one bedroom. I said, "Come on in there." And she went in there, and I shut the door. And I walked back out, and I was watching through the window, and the UPS driver grabs one guitar, laid it on the floor. The thing got outside. So he had two guitars, one stacked on top of the other. Then uh, another package in another box that ended up being my wife's. And then the third box was the hat. So he comes out, grabs everything up all in one carry, turns, and somehow the hat box flew off everything and landed in the mud puddle from all the rain. So he puts everything back in the truck, picks it up, sets it back on top of the other boxes, picks everything back up, and carries it over here. Never wiped the mud off or nothing. So, uh, Billy, I know you're going through it. I didn't know, well, I guess it got a little rougher today. So sorry to hear that, man. You are, in my thoughts, brother. Seriously. So just hang tough. You're worth it, brother. So, Greasy, Multi, Mad, Julian. Yeah. Just keep the belief going, Billy. You got this. I had to pick in. Hey, MPN. Yeah, no matter what though, Billy, just hold your head up, and you're better than that. You are worth it. Hey, Marshall. So, yep, you got friends here, man. If you need, you got my number. You need to talk. I mean that. So, hey, Derek, Steve. Yeah, I mean, I've never had to go through that as far as divorce. You know, had my heart broken through the years with others, but never had to go through it with a divorce. But still, you you can do this, Billy. You know you can. Hate to hear that. Yeah, no, again, if you need to talk, you have my number, and I'm awake most of the night anyhow. So we'll go one step at a time, man. But you got people here that, yep, Peggy said it. You got people here that will do what we can. I mean, I know we're internet family, but that can be just as important. So just know we're with you, and that's honest to God's truth. You're too good of a guy to be crapped on and left alone. Igor. Hello, Igor. I mean that with all sincerity, Billy. You know that. Oh, Derek. Oh, there you go. You get the red one and the blue one. That would be good. So $75 each guitar to ship from Florida to Tennessee. He's not using pirate ship. I can tell you that. But still, that's a lot better. Tell you what, man, you can't, you can't. That's honest. $1,300 for both those. Usually, when you do find the red one, you're looking at least a grand to 1,100 for one of those used. So if he's doing, yeah, there you go, 1,200. Yeah, I told you, you don't find them very often. When most people get the red crackle, keep it because that's one of the. Plus, I don't think, I don't know for sure. I don't, I obviously don't work for Fender slash Jackson, but they don't. Hey, Brian, you never see that many red ones out there, so I don't think they make that many of that color. So, and that's a killer deal. $1,300 for both and shipping. Yeah. And it's already got the blue one's already got the blue pickup in it like mine, so you're good to go. Tone. Thank you, man. The guitar is gorgeous. Wow. Okay. Billy has a rainbow crackle like that one. $600. Hate to see it I hate to see you let it go that cheap, Billy, but I understand. Yep. So if you want the rainbow one, he's got one for 600. And it looks just like that one. So can you spell stuff out in the no. Gargot, you'd never be able to read it. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to you wouldn't be able to read because you never know what the crackle is going to be. So, but yeah, Mad, that is a deal. I don't know, Mad, it may be. So, who knows? If it is, bound to happen. Never know. Never know, never know, never know. Actually, Garguts, you a little bit you can, but not very much. Most times you get what you get. You you get it. The only thing you can do is as you're putting it in there, spraying it as it's drying, because it starts cracking within a few minutes. And what it does is the only thing you can do is kind of spray the air on it and help it dry quicker. So as it dry, when you make it dry quicker, they tend to be bigger. You're not giving them time to let them spread out. So I mean, I really love the crackle on this one. That's the size crackles I love. But again, unfortunately, you can't control it that much anyhow. But so the only thing you can do is just spray air on it. Try to get it to dry as quick as possible. let's see. Greasy, you wanted to hear the uh, Sentient and Pegasus. Was that it? That's what this one is. That's the bridge. And the neck is. That's the Sentient. So, back to the bridge. I love these. I love the combination together. Oop. I put strings on this. How's that? Yeah, it's and they do say Seymour Duncan on them. It's just in black, so it's black on black. So I actually love that Well, this one is the Sentient and the Pegasus. The orange one is the Sentient and the Nazgul. So almost all my neck pickups are either Sentient or the Jazz on it. So yeah, Nazgul was in the yellow one, and those are two single coils in that. The blue is two single coils. The rainbow one has the Strat style in that. Same with the mirrored one. Then that's a Jazz in the red one. So yeah. Yeah, because I had to crank that. For you guys to say you heard that okay, I had to crank that up pretty good. So. Have that one up. All right. Yeah, there's I don't know. I just love Seymour Duncan pickups. So hey Beckley. I always want to say Becky. So if I say Becky, don't get mad at me. I got old eyes. So have I. Unfortunately, most of us have at some point in time. All right, so before we go to the bench, and well, you see the hat right there. Hat, I love the hat. Mrs. Mick did a great job on the hats, and it's a nice, high quality hat. The mesh back, so summertime, it's not going to burn your head off. So I love it. SH11, yes. Let's see. 11 ends up being the custom 5, right? Or is that, I don't remember now. But I do have custom 5 in, what's custom 5? Custom 5 is in the Sunburn let me move my Charvel chair. Yeah, this is, I love this stool, but I can't use it at the bench because you guys hear all the cracking and spinning. It's actually why my wife bought it for me, to sit at the bench. But so there's a custom 5 in the Sunburn. Screaming Demon in the Erie Death Swirl. There's a custom 5 in the second orange soloist. There's a custom 5. I think that's what's in the neck. The neck is a jazz custom 5, I think, in the red crackle. And it's custom 5 in the dang it, I can't speak today. Custom 5 in here. That's the slug and the dime bucker. Nazgul or Sentient Pegasus. There's a custom 5 in that orange ESP. Dang it. That is the Blackouts. This is a Black Winter. This is EMG. This is a Black Winter from MJ. That's the Lawlers. That's a Black Winter from MJ. So, yeah. I think that's, I got it all written down. So, any other questions? Then we'll go. Telling you, these hats are sweet. And looking at I'm not saying every channel, but looking at most channels, the hats and the shirt and everything is a little bit cheaper than pretty much everybody else's channel. So, and I need to thank again Mr. and Mrs. Mick for getting all this off the ground and going, and actually their idea and running with it. So, hey, Lewis. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and go to the bench and check out the Firefly that was gifted by Brian at Searching for Tone. Oh, I got drill bits. Don't worry, Gargos. There we go. So let me take the headphones off here. I need to grab my phone. Let's see. Turn the volume down. Top messages. We want all messages in the top. Okay. There's my foot wrapped around my. I got to build that other desk. My God, I got cables over here. I'm tripping over them now. And believe me, I don't need any help tripping. Okay, now. What? So I'll put it right there. Okay. Brian at Searching for Tone sent me an email and said, "Hey, I got this guitar, Firefly." He said, "I bought it new," and I did an unboxing on the channel, and never did anything with it. So he's like, "I kind of want to send it to your channel." He said, "You can do whatever you want to do to it. Keep it, give it away, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's yours." I had no idea what it looked like. I wanted to be surprised because I could have went to the channel and saw his unboxing of it, but I thought, no, I want to be surprised. And I was. I really was. And I think it's a beautiful color. Top is nice. Great finish on it. Check out the back. Dark blue. See the wood grain through it. I mean, it's gorgeous. And here's being a painter. So if you look here, obviously they've sanded and buffed that. See how smooth it is. But right there is painted the clear, but you can see where they didn't. They like did this and didn't sand and buff that out. That's, I mean, that literally take 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean, gorgeous. I love the color of this thing. I was not one to. I never followed Firefly guitars, so I didn't know a lot about them. And I only owned one other one, and that was uh, the Buck Owens from Barry Rich. So love this thing. I like I like this headstock better than the actual headstocks they're on these guitars. Looks like someone took a bite out of them. Oh man, but yeah, this is very nice, very nice. Even still have the plastic on it. So Brian, I appreciate you for this, and I'm really not going to. I'm not going to do any paint jobs or anything like that. I did plug it in, and it really sounds really good. And so I'm going to leave it here for a little while and play it, have some fun with it, and then it be given away to. I always end up saying kids, but who knows? It might not. It might be a veteran or something like that who needs a guitar and doesn't have one or can't get one. So that's where it's going to end up. But for right now, I'm going to sit here and enjoy it because the last one I owned of this shape, I only had it for a week, and now Billy's got it. But I thought some options here. I'll end up putting new strings on it, and I'll probably buff those up. But let's look here at some options. My only problem with this is these three are, this is the smaller thread. These are the bigger thread. Okay, but let me get your opinion. So you got the original off-white or parchment color. Turn it this way. I can use this as a base to see everything. Yeah, thank you, Brian. Or that one kind of blends in between the two. Or let's see, these are the big. They're not the right. Of course, you got black. Black doesn't really go good with that and these. I'd have to get the right side. Or my favorite is the darker blue right there. So what is what is the your picks between these four? What do you guys actually think? So yeah, this is going to like I said, I'm just going to end up enjoying playing it for a little while. Then it'll go to believe it or not, as low as I am on everything, this will help out if someone says, "Hey, I need this," you know. Um, then I would have, I could say, "Hey, okay, well, are you interested in something like this?" And then just give this away to. But regardless, the dark blue or the light blue, Peggy? My favorite's the dark blue because that's almost a dead ringer for that. So okay, we'll go with that one. And the thing is, I got to get one that's the right size, or if I can get an insert here, head on there. Because me and switches, they turn all the time. Okay, next question. Knob, black or or chrome. I don't have ones. I did. I don't have them anymore. So chrome. Yeah, I was looking at chrome because the tremolo basically. Let's try. I know the MXR style knobs here are an Edward thing. Come on. Go with the chrome. Right? Let's push pull. Okay. And then I did have strap locks. I always put strap locks on them and give them the strap locks guitars too. That this stuff. Oh, okay. Wait, let's say why is there black? Should we, there it is. So obviously go with the, dang it, the chrome strap lock. So now, guys, you're going to have to help me out. But on the EVH models of these and the Music Man, this whole style with Edward, were any of them routed out to pull back like this one is, or were they all decked? Because I don't think I ever saw uh, the actual uh, routed out one for on one of the ones that he had. Always decked. Wow. Oh heck, I want to do that. All right. They were all decked. Okay. Yeah, because that was the first thing I noticed. I was like, wow, that's actually routed out. Again, I don't have anything against deck Floyd Rose tremolos. I don't. But to me, and this is strictly my opinion, you're only using half the tremolo if you have it decked. Now I do understand with the very first ones with Eddie and all that, they were figuring it out and working through it. So, but I don't understand why after they got everything worked out, why he didn't, excuse me, go with the route. Because look what he did from this way. Imagine what he could have done had he also been able to pull it back some. That's what doesn't make sense to me. But oh, I'm drinking. Okay, here I have to see when Eddie played Jason Becker's guitar. Oh, he wasn't used to that. Huh. Hmm. And a lot of people, this again, it's not Ford Rose Special. This is the manufacturer's version of the 1000. So it is a very good Floyd Rose. And they did them like this, and they were sold only to guitar manufacturers. So if you see one with that logo right there, don't let somebody pull your leg and say that's a cheap special or it's a special edition. It's not. It's just the main because they did not offer these to the public with that logo. You can get them on a guitar like this, and they're it's a Floyd special, or I mean a Floyd 1000, just without the engraving. And you had to buy, if I'm not mistaken, you had to buy. You couldn't just buy one or two. You had to buy a lot of them. I don't mean a lot, just a lot of them. You got them at a very good price. Yes, this I have to. I don't have. Or I have to figure something. I have an insert somewhere. But I mean, that is almost, especially when you come over to it right there. That was probably my favorite color one on here. Flame maple veneer move around in the light. I don't know how, I like Firefly. I know when they first came out, they weren't, a lot of people were like, well, and then they really upped their game. So you're getting, whatever it cost them to make this guitar, that had to have been half the price right there. Neck feels nice. I'll polish the frets up. They need cleaned, but they're stainless steel frets that are just tarnished a little bit. Actually, I don't have to go over those with just 10,000 grit. That's it. I bring them back to a mirror because there's no dents or nothing. So I had it. I used to have. They were kind of like helicoil kits that would go on something like this, and you could screw plastic onto them. I don't think I have any more of those. So I could find some with the smaller thread. Or temporarily until I get one that'll actually fit, I could wrap that with Teflon tape, get some threads in there. I can take the back cover off, Russell. I'm not sure about these colors, that color, but these are the same kind of pickups that I have right here that I already waxed potted in black. So I can either switch them over to that. I'm sure they're the same exact pickup. And these are all wax potted already. Oh, that was a. These are already wax potted. They even got the same texture on the bobbin. They're just black instead of that beige. Or I could put the two Duncan design ones in there. Bridge, neck. So which looks better, black or the beige? MPN's going for the black. And they're basically the identical pickup. Okay, go with the black. These are what RJ sent for that white guitar, Vader style. These are from his store and the company he has make them for him. But there is no wax on them. So before I install these in that white guitar, I will wax pot these too. These have been wax potted, so I'll probably put these in. Oh, say, don't tell me I lost that already. I have my Teflon tape in here. It's all out in the garage. But try this just to see. I even got blue tape. Crazy. Maybe my OCD's becoming an issue. Never has been, but you never know. I have, Russell, I have a black set of the Invader style. They're not, they're just like that white set, and they have been wax potted too, by the way. Where are they at? Jackson. Huh? Yeah. I mean, this is all, yeah, it's the same pickup. This just Invader style. How about that, guys? Yeah, there's the neck. There's the bridge. Is that better? And those have been wax potted. So go with that or that. Bald Shredder uses Magic Lily. Never heard of them. Never heard of that. So both these have been wax potted. So and wax off this. Coming. I put the one single white Invader actual. It's an actual Invader in bones, and I took the Screaming Demon out just for something different, and I still have Screaming Demon for that original one that came in it. Even when I got Bones and the Polka Dot V, my wife never said anything to me about the price of them, which amazed me. I know this isn't going to be correct, perfect, but till I get the right one. I did have, um, see, um, yeah, she never said don't get them. She did ask if that was the only thing I was going to buy that cost that much. Yeah. it, that sticky tape. Cut some. Been not as big thread difference on there as I thought it was. Yeah. That's nice and snug. That'll work till I get the right thread one. I got green tape, blue, white, yellow, red. That even carries over. I mean, I hate to admit it, but those of you who've been watching for a while know that even carries over into the wire ties on the back. I don't just use the black or white. I try to match the wire tie to the color of the guitar. I don't know why. It's just something I do. So, all right, got that. It's nice, actually, nice and tight. Let's flip it over. Take the back cover off so Russell can see inside. You can see it's a 1, 2, 3 piece body. Kind of stuff sticking to the bottom. As soon as we go through all this, we'll look at the white Leo Jam or James, whatever it is. So you can see huh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the pickups in this. Go with the black set. But what I think I'm seeing right here is this is not a plywood body, Russell. Bigger pots. Yep, that is not a plywood body. That's 3-piece body. Huh. Let's take the springs out. Wrong drawer. can't pull that one out top. You can see that is not a plywood body. And you can see all the right there, there. Hmm. Gotta do. String. And where we go here. If you guys watch Dane's channel, then you won't be upset about this sound. Speaking of that, I got to run the later on. I will run the ad, the banner ad I run for Dane. And no, I don't get anything from Dane for it. He's a good businessman, good friend, and a great shop, and someone who's passionate about the whole bartering and wheeling and dealing thing. So, and I have 7 guitars now from. But Billy holds the record. Billy's got over 23 or 24 from Dane. 37? Yeah, 37 too, not a 32. All right. While that's off, might as well end up polishing the neck, the frets. But again, that's just 10,000 grit and make those look like brand new. Just get the tarnish off. Actually, they're not even all covered, just a couple of them. I did not plan on doing all this tonight on this. So we'll just go ahead and work on this one tonight. And then for tomorrow night, I'll work on the white one for the giveaway. Come on. Russell, I'm going to say this is a cap. Because instead of this being all one piece from the wood on the bottom, it's a separate piece here going into this. Look. So I'm going to say that's an actual cap. Maybe just a veneer top on it. But that is not. Interesting. I don't know how they do it for the price they're charging. Same way with Thorson. I don't know how he, and CNC machine is the great equalizer now on all these guitars. Occasionally you get one that's might have a little change on it. Like I was saying last night on that one orange soloist, that has somewhere on there on that neck, it was messed up. $10,000. Oh yeah, big time. 10,000 grit, man. You doesn't even feel like you don't even feel the sandpaper. It's gonna take a minute. Look at that. No fret polish line everywhere. Don't need the metal fretboard guards. Yeah, between here and here. Very quick, very good work. Best part is no mess. Because as much as I used to polish frets before, I went through these wool and felt pads like crazy, and then all the polish itself going all over the place. So this makes it a lot quicker. I mean, look at the difference. It's what this is 10,000 grit sandpaper. I told Torsen he needs a set of these, or at least the Fretzler. Said these were just had a little tarnish on them. That's all. Just turn that next spot. Guys, I make these. I don't sell them because it's not my design. I mean, I adjust the design, but the actual design is not mine. And although the guy puts it out there for anybody to download and use it, but I make these uh, and I will make them for you guys. The only thing I ask is you just supply the filament. I think Mr. Mix had spent $13 for filament. That's all it cost you. Yeah. Real quick, 10,000 grit. That's soft. Let me make sure these are tight. See, a lot of people don't understand that when you go from uh, um, a guitar, once it gets acclimated, can stay fine in a very dry, heated environment or a more damp, cooler environment. They're fine once they're there either way. What the problem is the transformation between the two places. That's when you have to make adjustments and make sure everything that needs tightened is tight. So, I always, anytime I do somebody's guitar, I always tell them, hey, when you get this back, check this. It may need adjusted. But then I show, before I let it go, I show how it's playing and how it's sounding. Everything is fine. But if you don't take the advice that you're given, I can't make you do it. So yeah, dark or light or dang it, dark. Why am I saying dark? A different environment is fine once it gets acclimated. It's the getting acclimated part that is the issue, the in between. So if you would hold on, check George. Yeah, from the Carolinas to Ohio, we're pretty much same environment. Okay, so that's check. Also, guys, I'm sure most of you know this, but you don't want to strip out the screws. Get multiple, even if you have like a size 1, a size 2 Phillips, get multiple brands because these are both same size, but they're still a little bit different. This one fit better than this one. So you don't mess up the screws. You know what? We could hmm, put a kill switch. I don't have one. Put a kill switch there, but not the stupid arcade one. The plastic one that breaks. So go with these. Good. That's one thing that's why that looks weird to me. That one, I'm going to say that one back here. Well, maybe not. It'd be underneath the. I don't have any. Or, well, take that back. I have a third option. Okay, guys. Just this little square here. Should it be number 1, number 2, or number 3? What do you guys think? Number 1? Yeah, because that kind of, like right in between right there, it kind of hits that where this is too dark for any of it. That's a blue. It looks purple as blue, and that's actually too light. Again, you don't see the whole thing because it's going to be under the tremolo. Way to mark this paper. This is just that, like a little sponge adhesive on the back. There. It. Get this stuff at Hobby Lobby or Michael's. It just peels off. This is all they got on it in the factory, anyhow. Just they always use black more than anything. Again, you're not going to see most of that. Down in there, will you? I can say this though, when they routed this out for this, they didn't leave much room. And Floyd's got the shim, deadly shim. I don't want to say deadly, unless you consider killing some of your tone deadly. Yeah, well, I would greasy, but I think I only have Yeah. I got one. That's all I got in blue. One block, one locking block screw, and one bottom block, and one locking nut in blue. I don't have, I don't have a complete set of anything now. I used the pink. The only one I had left was the pink that you sent me, and that is on. And no, I'm not. Although it's the same Tremolo. No, we're not going with pink. I don't have a. I don't have a blue set. Need to take this apart. Take that shim out. Let me set this to the side for me. Max off here. I'm going to go with Vader style. And back over there. And earlier today, oh, speaking of that, hold on, guys. Wait a minute. Can't forget. Giving these away today. Let me look over here for a second. All right. So what we're going to do is this apart, and I'm going to take the shim out of this. So again, everybody, this is basically a Floyd 1000. These saddles do not strip out like specials do. I mean, if you gorilla strength them, yeah, that would even happen on the German ones. So, and that's how I always set them up. Second 1-1, second 1-1. Now I can, but I can't do that. I can put stainless bolts and screws in here and blocks. So it'll be all silver. You know, and again, that's upgrading it to stainless parts, so that is an upgrade. thing and use it for paper. All it's good for. But let's do that. Let's put all stainless in here. Make the whole thing. If anybody needs original black screws and parts, let me know. Got a few of the black factory. Sorry I haven't been following the chat. Peggy, have I missed anything that was asked? Oh. Okay, let me. What? 6. Because that actually is an upgrade. Going into the stainless screws. Oh. I quit dropping everything. I wouldn't mind it. It just hurts to bend over to get the stuff. Hear the old man noises. I do that. Never thought I'd be an old man, but here I am, killing it. All right. So yeah, this is an actual upgrade from the black to the stainless. It's not colored stainless. Canada. And I don't know what was up with this color. I don't even know what that is. Light peach, maybe? I'm not sure. But these are 4 of the wide and the easier ones to put the sandpaper in. Won't have all that. Because that's, you can ask Mr. Mick, I don't know if he's still here. They work great, but the first version of those took a little bit to get the sandpaper. That's when he realized, you know what, if I had more than one size I need, I could put all the different sandpaper, cut the time down. Hey, Ogre. Dude, did you hear that Ogre died today? Well, yeah, it's still today. The actor who played Ogre in Revenge of the Nerds died either today or yesterday. Get out of there. He was also, what, in Bloodsport, Van Damme? So this weekend, I will watch Revenge of the Nerds. I mean, what's his name? Lewis died earlier this year, I believe. Dude, end of last year or earlier. It was no, not too long ago. You've never seen Revenge of the Nerds? I mean, yes, it's dated. It's an '80s movie, but it's freaking hilarious. You got to watch it, Derek. And what's his? Who's the guy who, when Happy Days really started sucking, the blonde haired guy they put in there, teacher towards the last couple seasons. I think he was the the jock that was in Revenge of the Nerds. No, not Booger. Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds was. I mean, yeah, now it's really dated if you watch it, but that don't mean anything. It's still a very fun movie. We had what, Lamar, Lewis, Booger. I think I have a frush. Great stuff. What was the girl's name? Becky? Not Beckley. Becky. So, for those of you who just joined or just got here, this is off the guitar um, donated from Brian, Searching for Tone. That after I play it for a while, will end up going to someone who can't afford a guitar or afford to get one fixed. So again, thank you, Brian, for this donation, and thanks to everybody who's donated parts and guitars, keeping this thing alive for me, and that's great. Yeah, John Goodman, and surprised Roseanne let him do that. He couldn't have been very old then. He had to be late 20s or very early 30s when he did that. Played the coach, part of the coach. But if you like synthesizer music, especially early 80s synthesizer music, then that movie is definitely for you. Matt, you know what I watched earlier today, actually? Take a guess, Matt. See if you can get it. Yep, you got it. Matt got it. I had to watch it because I like, congratulations. Congratulations. And I needed to go. I actually watched Mr. Mom a couple days ago, then Gung Ho earlier today. Then I jumped in. Puppy had just a hangout thing, so I was able to actually join that. Finally, he's been inviting me for all these for I don't know how long, and it's always when we're doing something. I've never been able to go. So yeah, I was watching Mr. Mom. You know, what'd you use? 38, 38, 39, whatever it took. Using 220, 220, 221, whatever it takes. And Michael Keaton was one of my favorite actors anyhow. I actually thought he did a superb job in White Noise too. Yeah, but that was before. I liked his acting before I ever met him. Took him to a strip. I mean, you know, I knew he was from Pittsburgh, so that helped. Still trying to get MPN to move over this way. He can still be a Flyers fan over here in Pittsburgh. You'll meet a few that might make a smart remark, but most of them will say, well, at least you're still in Pennsylvania. Yeah, night shift. Yep, that was funny. Losing my hair. Hi, Ian. How you doing? I do hope you're doing better, brother. Your eyesight issues. Yeah, night that had Shelley Long in it too. I don't think she aged very well. Probably won't get any better. And are they 100% sure on that? I hope it's not true. I do hope that's not true, Ian. I hope it doesn't. Well, they don't know everything. Where they said Bruce Lee would never even be able to walk again. Not only did he walk again, he came back better than he was. There used to be, I don't know if it was a vitamin supplement, something for your eyesight. And I think it was called, oh, dang it. I know it worked because I know a guy who I worked was taking it because he had, I think it was called ocular nutrition. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. And he took it, said it really helped. I know yours was caused by the stroke, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Ocular nutrition. There you go. Stem cell. Whatever you do, Ian, I hope it improves for you. Really do. I mean that in all sincerity. Bit of Lucas oil on these threads keeps your sweat getting in there, although with stainless, but still helps. Right there. Oh, you like it? Yeah, I forgot you ordered. You and Greasy ordered some too. Lewis, I can probably assure you we'll still be here. Right there at the edge. That right there at the edge. Again, everybody, this is preset intonation. Usually gets you pretty close. Do low E and the G go clear up against the screw in the second position. Then the D and the high E go just past the base plate. Then the A and the B go in between those two. She usually gets you pretty close. Tell you what, that Lucas oil is all I use on Floyd roses. Old commercial. It's from the 60s or 50s. Pearl cream, probably 50s. Commercial was a little dab will do you. Same way with that oil. And for you younger pups, that was the grease that the guys used to slick their hair down with. Guys could just run your head underneath the car and grease it all up. There we go. All stainless parts in there now. So that is an upgrade. Blue really would look nice, but I don't have any blue, so on with the stainless. All right, get this out of the way so that don't go falling on anything. These nut. 4, 5, 6, 2, 6, 6. Another complete set of the black factory hardware. There. Epiphone S35. Yep. That one I showed you guys in reverb the other day, that Barry Burst one that I love, that I got notification today that someone bought it. I think it went for $4.99. Man, telling you, best oil out there. Comes for this kind of stuff and guns. It'll work on your SIG, Derek, very much, very easily. Be able to rack the slide back a lot easier. David, I think I'll be on for another. How long? Night? Oh, hell yes. Yeah, I guarantee that. Unless the forces from out west affect, they shouldn't. Chrome. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably going to say yes. I'll be here because these are long, boring streams that do nothing and go nowhere. That's the comments that's being made about them. At least so I've heard. Take a guess, Ogre. Make that two certain channels, Ogre, because they know how the algorithm works. Oh, these will be given away tonight. You get the free multicolor transformation ones, and then you get this funky light peach one. All four in wide. All four are the new design that goes right into the, so you can get the paper in it very easy. There. Put the guitar back up here. There. Get this out of here. Oh, got this all apart. Might as well. Might as well. Little wax on. Come on, guys, don't leave me hanging. There you go, Ian. Thank you. I can't believe it's going to leave me hanging like that. I got a 3.5 car garage out back now. That's got a third of it set up for the shop, and hoping to get this weekend. Hoping to get the paint booth up. I don't know if I'll have it wired in, power and everything, and cut the vent hole, but I will have it. Should be up. And then there's a Hummer in there, and then the IROC show car. My wife wants me to take the IROC show car back and put it in my dad's garage up in Springfield. Then I got that, and then my mom wants to give me my dad's Lincoln. And her Ford, wife's Ford Explorer sits out in front of the house. She's like, "Where would you put the Lincoln?" I said, "Out front." So right now they put the Lincoln in his extra garage up in Springfield, and whenever I want it, I can go get it. That freaking thing flies. It's a big V6, but it's twin turbocharged. That Lincoln. I mean, it's like 140, no problem whatsoever. Do the back of this too. She sold both of his Mustangs, which the one Mustang that was here, um, it was actually in that garage out back for 47 years. And the guy he bought his 2000 GT Mustang off of is the guy that bought it back. She sold that a couple months ago, 3 months ago. I know. Loved his cars. Wish he still would have had his. He's got a sheet, spreadsheet, since he was 15 years old. It's not like we never had a dealership or nothing, just his own cars. The time he was, 15, I think, is when he got his first car. And the last car on it was his white Hummer, which they sold also. That was kind of. And I think he had a total of 64 cars. In his lifetime. He's got a spreadsheet. It's got what each car was, a serial number, the window sticker, all the information about him, how long he had it, what happened, who he sold it. Oh, hello. Now where'd that go? Oh, there it is. Say, tell me I'm going to have to make another round circle. Yeah, oh, that's when he loved cars. That was, and up until up until he fell when he ended up in the hospital with that accident or with the unnecessary surgery. That happened when he was 77. He died at 83. And from age 77 to 83, he was in a bed. And actually died. Back part of his brain went from being gone for 8 minutes. But prior to that, he was still painting cars, working on cars. It's robbed him of everything. So, turn it this way. He kept telling me, well, you had to really pay attention. But again, it was like pretty much every day was a new day. And I, just to try to see how much he remembered, it was funny. Short term memory was completely gone. But he could tell you anything about any of the cars from back in the day. And I said, Dad, I said, man, out of all your guitar or all your cars you got, I said, I wish to God you still had your 62 SS 409 convertible Impala. I do have it. Said, no, you don't. He swore up and down he still had it. It was in the basement. Him and my mom got married. That's what they went and bought that. Brand new. $4,000. 62 SS 409 4-speed. Black convertible with a red leather interior and a white convertible top. He has a lot of his cars were convertibles. He loved the IROC's convertible. Huh, felt on that. Right screw. Yeah, he dang it. Son of a gun. I think that's no. Well, dang it. That sucks. Screw. Okay, I ain't putting that on tonight. This back in for now. Screw, the head is too big to fit down in here for the lock. Hilton, Ohio. There you go. Yeah, Dad. He had that car. I was little when he got rid of it. And he also had a 67 GTO, white, white leather interior, white convertible top, 400 with the his and hers shifter. And then he sold that and bought a 69 Impala SS 396 red convertible with automatic. Then he had the 68 convertible GT Mustang. Just a big fan of convertibles. Then the 2000 Mustang GT convertible, the IROC convertible. He had some Dodge, late 60s Dodge convertible. I don't know, a lot of, I'd say half of them are convertible. Yeah, I don't care. What I don't like about them is like the IROC with the top up. I literally have to lean forward to sit in it. And that car literally looks like it just came off the showroom floor. There's not a scratch, a ding. The motor looks like it just was put in at the factory. And that car is now 36 years old and it's got 68,000 miles on it. Still have. Here it is. It's taking first place in stupid light. That's what's out in my garage. It's taken. He's got so many trophies for that thing. It's on. Right now, it's on $4, covered in two different car covers. And this was his white Hummer, which my buddy Jed now bought it. That was actually the last thing he bought right there. Yeah, it's in the garage, and there's just a couple local car shows. Because I promised him I would keep showing it. I'm not taking it back up to Springfield to those car shows, but I will do it. There's like 3 or 4 around here. It's a 5-speed. So it'll be a little bit easier once I get my knees replaced too. And it's funny because in 85 when the first IROX came out, um, I went and ordered one, and it was the yellow, and it had the Ricardo seats, the red, orange, yellow, and all lined seats in it. T tops, 350, 5-speed, every option they offered on it. They call me up, tell me it's here, and I go up to get it, and I walk by it, didn't even pay attention, and the guy's like, "Hey, did you see your car?" I said, "Where?" He goes, "You walked by it." I said, "Where?" He goes, "Outside." I said, "That ain't it. It was supposed to be more this color yellow, and it looked more like baby crap yellow. I mean, it was a real pale, ugly yellow." He's like, "Well," I said, "That's not the yellow. It's in that." He had a photo behind his desk. I said, "Joe, that's not the photo. That's not the color. Well, that's behind, that photo's taken in yellow and orange lights." I said, "Well, guess what? I refused to take it, and I did forfeit my deposit. I wasn't taking it because it wasn't the color I wanted." But I was extremely mad when I left there. I didn't care. Did not care. Just wanted out of there. There's that. Oh, it's red. Yeah, look at that. Holy crap. MPN, you here? These are kind of taped wires. Hmm. So, all right, which one's which? Side, right? Wrong side. Hey, look. Tape and tape. I don't know what these two wires are for. Here's your pickup wire. Here's your other pickup wire. But this yellow and black one also come through there. Not, that's there. Jack. So we figured out. Let's take it apart. No, Ian. It is. It's the manufacturer's exclusive only 1,000. You could not buy this style to the general public. They were only offered to guitar manufacturers, and you couldn't just get a few of them. You had to buy a bunch at one time. I have. Here, here. I need to. Now here's the thing. I don't think that will reach down in there. That'll reach. Maybe. Yeah, it reaches. like I said, the specials get a bad rap, and as far as the saddles on them, they should because the saddles are terrible. But the base plates will work fine if you upgrade the saddles. Oh, duh. Dummy me. Okay, that's what that is. That's the wires for the switch. Just trying to figure out why those were coming through like that and what they went to. I forgot the switch on it. And like I said, I can per my son-in-law, I can prove that the man that's glued on there. Hey, Dwight. Man. So I'll wax pot these. Bridge one right here. Crap, I should first. Eighth. There. These will be in the next wax pot video along with those two. Stick. Hey, Kush. Had a great time talking with you guys today. That was a nice little hangout. I enjoyed that. Wish I could have stayed longer. Thank you, sir. Man, those are like super. For how much? 70. Unfortunately, Those are two pickups I don't care for. Hate to say it. I don't. Those will be wax dip. Heck. And it was, wish I could make more of those hangouts, Bush. But I didn't know they were just hangouts. I thought, you guys were doing actual shows all the time like that. And I was like, man, I can't be in all those. And my wife, believe it or not, just started school again. She can get her higher certification. Got 28 weeks to go. And luckily, it's a at home online class, college, and she had the first lesson today, and actually completed the whole first weeks. Got one whole week done in one day out of 28 weeks, and passed it with 100%. Where she was a national honor student. That's one reason why her dad was mad at me. She never thought she'd be going back to school at 57 years old. But I told her I never thought I'd be married to a 57-year-old. Her comment was, how do you think I feel? I never thought I'd be married to someone 61. I said, well, that's true. Fair enough. Down any more than that, because that's got to go down. Yeah, she's got all kind of. She's in the medical field. She's got all kind of certifications. But when they ended her job last year, um, she was grandfathered in because she had all the certifications, but the final one. But she was doing more of that work. And she was actually the team leader. And then she found out when she was applying for the same position in other places, they wanted that certification. They didn't care that she'd been doing the job for over 6 years. So she's going back to school. And that's why the class is 28 weeks, but it's not going to take her that long because she knows it. She just has to go through the classes at her own pace. So, like I said, she did the whole first week today in one day because she already knows it. So that's the best part. Neck one. And the best part about it is once she gets that certification, um, she's looking at about 65 to $75 an hour, and working from home. So that'd be pretty cool. This Hammerhead, Amazon, $16. Cannot beat it, man. $16. Say, why will that not? Got way too much stuff out here again now. Or this one. This one's also Hammerhead, but they don't make this one anymore. They replaced it with this one. These go over here because these will get wax potted. There. These two go down here. These two go over here. Out of the way. That on. Push that back. There. That'll go there. So nice, man, to put stuff where it goes. This has pots in it. Yeah, I think when I got that one, this one, I got it for $10. And Rich bought one, and he got it for like a dollar less. And I ended up buying one for somebody else, and I think it was $14 then, and now I think they're 16. figure oh, there goes my drill. I actually need a bigger bench. Or just another one of these I could put somewhere. So if dang it, can't see that. Bottom. Solder on the other one. Okay, I know I just had solder in my hand. Not a lot of there's not a lot of shielding paint in here. Definitely no 3 or 4 coats. That was barely soldered on top there. I'm going to change this around. Get this. Think about this idea that just crossed my mind. Wow, wax. Wax. I just had a crazy idea. Got to think about sure done. Just had one. Cut a piece off this. Smaller one. It was probably about time for this headset to die. Let's see. Stand over here time wise. We still got 20 minutes. 20 minutes to be safe. 27. Okay. Peggy, when this goes down, let me know because I'll have to be done here and just come back to the desk. Oh, look, I've got that block, and here's the one that came out of it. Thank you. So that looks better, right? And they didn't. They really didn't talk about getting it just the exact size it needs to be. Holy crap. Could have went a little bit bigger. It's just like, nope, that's what we need. That's all we're doing. I got an idea. The switch. I'm going to worry about that right second. Cut. If I don't subconsciously sabotage my own guitars. Oh, God. I did order able pure tones. See. Pastors right in way. Can't even. It's like, man. Burning everything. I'm thinking something switch. I don't work. mess with it right now because phone will die and I can't be on the bench. Okay. So yeah, this looks a lot different than it did earlier today. Rag. But yeah, I do think I'm going to have some fun with this first, or I end up giving it away to somebody. Because I only got to hold the other. I had a total of about 30 minutes playing on the other one. So I'll get this one. Oh, say, what I do at the floor? I keep, man, I'm telling you, 61, then overnight. Like, oh, what happened? I remember seeing an interview with Ozzy. He made the comment. He's like, coming home from a tour at 69 years old, and he thought, wow, I am in really good shape. I mean, look how tight this is, like super. They took the very minimum out, just enough so to fit. But he said, because I remember 69 thinking, coming home thinking, yeah, I could do this. Nothing hurts. I'm fine. He said, then when I turned 70, it just overnight went downhill. All right, so that's where she looks like right now. Not a bad guitar. Bad guitar at all. So yeah, Koosh, Hammerheads. Just look them up on Amazon. This one's old. I've had this one for years. Actually, my dad had it. I got it off of him, and I wanted to get another one just in case. And I couldn't find them. And then one night on the show, Peggy's like, "Oh, they're on Amazon," but they didn't have this one no more. They replaced it with this one. Which the only reason I like this one a lot because when I put it in like a bolt and turn it, when it got tight, I could just hold it like that and it would spin without stripping the nut out the top of the bolt. I knew it was tight. So all right, nice chunk solder. I'll throw a set of Ernie balls on here. And I'm sorry, my OCD is when I put these screwdrivers back up. If you look, they say DeWalt on one side, so I have to have that. Don't ask me why. I have to have it so I can see what it says, even though I know what they are. Okay, so let's take these to the bench and we'll do the giveaway thing. Back. Yeah, it is, Rez. I like this. And again, thank you, Brian, searching for tone. Donated that to the here to the channel. And again, it will eventually go to somebody who can't afford one or can't afford to have one fixed. But I do want to play it for a while and enjoy it. So that's what I will do. Back. It was fine. It really was. See the blue behind the locking tremolo screws. I think looks better than black. Okay, let me get the other microphone. Change all this around. Okay, can you guys hear me? According to the board, you should be able to. All right, let me switch. All right, there we go. And you see this cool Fretworks hats, man. Hats. I think it's pretty cool. Again. And I honest to God, I had no plans to do. There I go talking like I got the head mic on. Good night, Koosh. I had no plans of doing, hats and shirts, stuff like that. And then Mr. and Mrs. Mick made me the shirt, the sweatshirt, and the hoodie as a thank you for doing his guitar, his Charvel, for routing that out and putting a Floyd in it and setting it up. And when I showed that unboxing, I got a lot of messages. Hey, where can I get that? Where can I get it? So I just told him that, and then Mrs. Mick decided to go ahead and do the show or the store. And I really do think these are better prices than most other channels. I'm not saying all other channels, but I mean, the ones I've looked at, the shirts and hats cost more than what she's charging for these. So, and MPN's got his shirt. He sent me that photo. I'll show you guys again. And this is such a cool photo from NPM, man. Not only is it the shirt, but it's the Cosmo Kramer guitar I did for him. So there's MPN with the Fretwork shirt. Good night, Kush. Haters gonna hate. That's it. So, okay. So, dang it. I don't know. Where would that be? Not a brand. I don't want to create a pro scene. Somewhere in here, and I found it once. I don't know where it was I found it, is the giveaway tool. And I should have, where in the world did that go? Over here? Nope. I don't know. I'll have to have Brian walk me through all this. Oh, wait, what's this? Streaming mode. Oh, no. Share media? Maybe would it be? Nope, that ain't it. Let's add a scene. There's settings. What we got settings? Advanced settings? Nope. Yeah, I'll have to have him show me. Hmm. Yeah, it's in here somewhere. I saw it I found it one time. I was like, oh yeah, cool. There we go. And then I should have saved it. It's not sound effect. It's I just don't know where it went. Mm-mm. Oh well. No, that was a better one than the other one. Like, oh, wait, what's this? Nope, nope, that ain't it either. Okay. Good night, Rez. What is this? At least you didn't hear this. Oh, okay. All right, so let's do this. Let me go to my leaving for the evening. Bye. All right, let me find where I had that. There it is. Picker wheel. Okay, so here it is. So what I got to do Okay. If you want in this drawing for the set of 4 of these, type a, just hit 1, number 1. Okay. Add a slice, add a slice. Add greasy. Lewis. Jim. Marshall. Ogre. David. Lewis. Add. Okay. So let's see. Remove that one. We got Peggy, David, Ogre, Marshall, Jim, Lewis, Greasy, Mad. Is that everybody? What's in on this? Okay. All right, so here you guys go. You can see it. Your names are right there. And we're going to spin. Lewis. Lewis, you got yourself. You got yourself. Three of the. Yeah, Mad, you're right. Lewis, there you go. I will get these mailed to you by Friday. Congratulations. Because I think Friday is when your tape gets there too, anyhow. Oh, you're welcome. You are welcome, sir. Oh, wait, I can do this. Then you know somebody's home. All right. So we're at 3:05. You guys want to keep going or you want to end it? Guys, I'm telling you. Go get a hat, at least. FedEx. Well, if you guys watch the videos, the 3 short videos I posted today from the unboxing, I watched him drop the hat, the box this was in the mud. Matt, original music, what? Yeah, Matt, you have a set of those coming anyhow, so. So Lewis, I will get this ready and get it out to you tomorrow, Thursday, or let's see. I'm going to say Friday because I have an appointment with the vascular doctor Friday at 2:30. I gotta be there at 2 for some kind of pre-test before they do my knees. So, David, that is called Alone in the Echo. Oh, is that what you want to hear? Sure you guys aren't tired of these songs already? Yes, and Frankenstein. Okay. Well, okay. Frankenstein I have to do on you. This one, I have this one in here.
Settles on a worn out wooden floor, the shadow of a man behind a locked door. I watch the seasons change through a cracked pane, counting every drop of the cold winter rain. There is a hollow sound in the empty hall, waiting for a voice or that phantom's call. I buried my secrets in the backyard dirt, tried to hide away all that hurts. The clock on the wall has no sound, looking for the melodies I never found. My boots are covered in the miles of the past, wandering along the quiet breath will last. The ink is trying on a page with no name, the monster circling the dying flame. I see the finish line drawn in the sand, holding on to nothing with a trembling hand. I do not want to go where the silence takes its toll, leaving not a trace of my struggle or my soul. I do not want to fade like a vapor in the sky. No one there to witness my last goodbye. Any reason or a better live to fly. I don't want to perish, a hollow feeling in my eyes. I met a traveler on the road to the west. He had a silver metal pin to his chest. He told me that the glory was a bitter pill to swallow, and the heart inside is jagged and it's hollow. He had 1,000 stories, but no one left to hear, trading all his triumphs for a single human tear. The prophets in the street are howling at the moon, singing frantic and disconnected tune. They talk of heavy burdens, the price of being free, but none of them can offer clarity to me. I am looking for a spark in the middle of the night, something more than shadows dancing in to go where the silence takes its toll, leaving not a trace of my struggle or my soul. I do not want to fade like a vapor in the skies, with no one there to witness my last goodbye.
There. You guys happy? You want to hear All the King's Men? It's got some oomph to it. I'm just trying to look at the ones I have here in the studio that I have to go for the Frankenstein and Dracula one. I got to go to the other side. Thank you, David. All right, here's All the King's Men. Originally written 38 years ago, recorded 37 years ago, and re-recorded just recently. Still, this is the crow right here. I just see the crow flying over the burning city.
In the days of old, lived kings and queens. In a land of dragons, dragons, wizards, and dreams. Men wore suits of steel, riding stallions of stone, fighting for their honor in a world to call their own. Across the fields of blood, you'll hear the swords clash. You'll hear their shields smash. Though many have fallen, their souls will never die. Just one dreaded listen. You'll hear the dreaded cry. All the king's men, driven from within, fighting to survive, dying their only sin, their only thrills to kill. Shadows stand still, out on the battle plains, their blood begins to spill. Yeah! Now as the smoke clears, the battle draws near. The sound of the screams, they seem to disappear. As the men ride away, the battlefield is cold. Alone in the corner, the king, he sits alone. All the king's men, driven from within, fighting to survive, dying their only sin, their only thrills to kill. Shadows stand still, out on the battle plains, their blood begins to spill. All the king's men, driven from within, fighting to survive, dying their only sin, their only thrills to kill. Shadows stand still, out on the battle plains, their blood begins to spill. Yeah!
Little mess up right there at the end, but Oh well. Yeah. Good night, Ogre. All right. So what'd you get? Medieval Times need to hit you up for a new theme song. what, what is Medieval Times? I guess it's a magazine or a paper or a video. I don't know. Yeah, I was never into the medieval stuff. What this whole song is. I was never into that at all. But I like Dio, and I'd always been, Ozzy, Randy, Black Sabbath, then Dio with Black Sabbath, and I like his albums with Black Sabbath. Although there were a lot of people that's like, no, Black Sabbath's only Ozzy, and I was one of those people for the longest time. And then in the late '80s, I started getting into like Heaven and Hell and the Mob Rules, and so I thought, well, let's kind of write a Dio-ish type song, and that's where that came from. Um, the original version was much more Dio. It was a lot like what's the name of the song? Holy Diver. So, oh, it's a live show and a dinner. Cool. Yeah. So, and that's where that came from, and that's the only song I ever wrote that I had no idea. As far as I never lived it, I never studied it. I didn't know anybody who was in the medieval times. So I would just kind of, you know, we all go through it in our history books, but that was about as far as I went with it. But I wanted to do a Dio-ish type song, and that's where that came from. The one and only. So, would you want to hear the Frankenstein? Because I don't have that one on here. Wait a minute, could I add it? Wait a minute. Edit list, add media. Let me go to dying to play. Oh, it might do it. Of Frankenstein. Uploading one. Hey, it did it. Might as well put the Dracula one on here too. Yeah. Bob. Wow, I can add most of these on here. Okay, here is Here's the Of Frankenstein. That's the one you wanted to hear next, right? Yes, okay.
Madness whispers in his ear. Through the storm, the doctor cries, giving life where death still lies. Bolts and scars across his face, a cursed thing, no true place. The villagers all run away, condemned before his first dark day. He never asked to live this life, born from sorrow, born from strife. A broken soul, the world denied, with rage and sadness locked inside. Frankenstein, creature of the night, born beneath electric light, heart made of pain, forever trapped inside his chains. Walking through the flame, the world remembers only blame. A monster made by mortal hands, alone forever he still stands. Children scream and torches rise, hatred burning in their eyes. Hunted through the village cry, for the sins he can never die. Deep inside the creature's soul burns the need to make him whole. But every hand was filled with fear, so death became his only peer. Doctor, look what you have done. Created life that God would shun. You play with death, you crossed the line. Now both creator and beast must die. Frankenstein, they call your name, living proof that you're insane. Frankenstein, lost and torn, with your soul never reborn. Frankenstein, through fire and snow, searching for a place to go. But in the end, the world will see, and the real monster was humanity. Sewn together by the hands of the dead, lightning dancing overhead. A lonely creature born in pain, awakened now. In the darkness he disappeared, carrying the weight of endless years. Yeah!
There you go. Hit the cup. Go ahead. That was probably a mistake. Go in the other room. Go in there. Take it in the other room. Avy. Go take it over there. Go ahead. Over there. I didn't mean throw it. Okay, so there you go. It's Frankenstein. You know, these monster songs it's how can I say this? They're not as they're not as heavy as I would hope they would be. If that makes sense. At least these two aren't. You guys want to hear the Dracula one? Excuse me. Blood Crown of Dracula. Thank you, Julian. Why I always want to say Jillian? Julian, thank you. There you go. I watched House of Frankenstein. Anyhow, here is the Blood Crown of Dracula from Bela Lugosi.
In the shadows of Carpathian sky, wolves begin their mournful cry. Castles stone soaked in blood rain, the king of death shall rise again. dead of night. Shit!
So those aren't exactly what they weren't mixed exactly like I was hoping they would be. So when we do the Wolfman one, and then whatever the fourth one is, I am going to ask him to drop. How can I say? I got to figure a way to tell him this too. Drop the just make him heavier and darker, I guess. All right, so I have to play One Night Eternal before we end this show, because truly this is probably my favorite, and I do think Kevin sounds the best on this one out of all of them. And Derek gets to hear the word.
Midnight whispers on tangled sheets. Moonlight dances on a silhouette so sweet. Her perfume lingers like a stolen rhyme. A fleeting touch that defies time. She moves like smoke through my fingertips. Every glance a promise on her parted lips. No names exchanged in the candle's glow. Just two shadows melting slow. Then the dawn comes creeping in, turning magic back to sin. Her dress slides on like midnight sun, leaving just the scent of where she's been. Oh, one night eternal in my veins, a ghost in the chains of morning rain. Every street light, every passing train, I'll chase your shadow through the pain. Now the city's full of echoes and lies. Every dark-haired girl catches my eyes. Beggars and kings all look the same when you're drowning in a missing name. Footsteps fade on the avenue, but none of them ever sound like you. The bartender pours another wound while the jukebox plays out forgotten tune. Oh, one night eternal in my veins, a ghost in the chains of morning rain. Every street lamp, every passing train, I'll chase your shadow through the pain. One night eternal
Hey, Rocky. Thank you, Julian. Julian, there we go again. Julian. Again, the real fast sweeping part literally took me over an hour to get that right. The first part, no problem. The last part, really not that bad. But that center section, because, I mean, my wife pointed out to me, I forgot I had an operation right there too. So I've actually had 8 operations on my hands within the last 40 years. 86, I had the carpal tunnel done, and it looks like Frankenstein. Goes clear from there up to here. You can see the on both wrists. That was the first operations out of all that. So I just can't do it anymore. Back then it would have been no problem. It was done. Here, I did that solo in 3 parts. The first part, the basically sweep picking, which takes what, a second? And it took me an hour to get that down. Turn the mic up. How's that? All right, so you guys are, we'll go ahead and do Jack the Ripper. But Jack the Ripper, I did. Thank you, Greasy. Jack the Ripper, I approached with the David Gilmour less is more type solos and fills. So here you go. This first part wasn't even supposed to be on here. It was actually supposed to start.
In the shadows as Jack the Ripper eludes every chain. A ghastly legend, a nightmare's birth, spreading terror throughout the earth. Oh, Jack the Ripper, in the annals of history, you're a grim reaper. Your name forever etched in blood and fear, a dark specter that will never disappear. So lock your doors and close your eyesight, for Jack the Ripper roams the night. In the shadows he waits, his hunger unbound, a nightmare haunting London's ground.
Jack the Ripper guitar. That's good. That's very good. Very good. I like that. Mad, you're more than welcome to do a cover of that song with the drums. Go right ahead. Oh, I probably should have to. I'll send you the MP3 for it. That way you can do it. You guys want to hear any more? We got another 15 minutes. Be another 4-hour show. We have the Devil's Blueprint. Let's see. Heard that one. Heard that one. Well, Devil's Blueprint and No More Love are the only two it's on here. But I can go to all right, we'll do Devil's Blueprint. One of the serial killer songs. All Dark Love's on here too. About H.H. Holmes. Shadows of Chicago streets, a castle built with wicked deeds. The walls could whisper tales so grim of hollow eyes and voices dim. The devil's blueprint in his hand, a twisted mind, a deadly plan. Lies like poison, cold as steel. Heaven
Night's home a lullaby for souls who came but never left alive. A smile so sharp, a heart so black. The clock ticks on, no turning back. In shadows cast, where echoes take flight, his whispers low, where secrets ignite. In dreams we find, where truths unwind, paths untrod, where mysteries unfold. Shadows deep, where legends breathe. In silence fast, where life doesn't last.
Represent the confusion.
The devil's blueprint in his hand, a twisted mind, a deadly plan. Lie like poison, cold as steel. Heaven wept for those who kneeled. Earth shook with the wicked's call. Fire dance if the dance clean. Water cursed by sinners' tears. Air whispered with villain's breath. His victims came to a certain death. Oh,
So now you guys got to understand, when I send these over to him, they sound nothing like that. It's just the bare track. And unlike when we were in the studio 35 years ago, 36 years ago, wow, 39 years ago and 37 years ago and 36 years ago, we were in the studio. So, you're there when it's mixing. You get to hear and well, we didn't get to give that many suggestions, especially on the first one. But, you get to hear that. So these are going as just straight, dry tracks. There's none of that echo on Kevin's voice, none of that stuff. It's just dry. Then when it comes back, it's a complete surprise to us because, it's going out like, hey, heaven wept, however, then it comes back with all that background stuff. Now, I will say any keyboards and backing vocals, females, he added. And like on the gospel one, it's kind of like a violin and stuff too. So, okay. All right, let's wake your neighbors up, Jillian. Why do I keep saying Jillian? Here we go. Play. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Okay. All right, let's wake him up. This is about being on the road.
1,000 suns. Guitar screams loud, but the heart weighs a ton. Leather and chains, but the soul feels bare. Another town lost in a highway's glare. The crowd roars wild, but the silence remains in every hotel. In the echoes of pain, letters unread, photographs fade, promises broken, the price that we pay. Oh, this road of fire and tears, where the music drowns out all the fears, but the echoes of love still call my name through the smoke and the flames. The wheels keep turning to miles unwind, leaving behind all I can't rewind. The face in the mirror I barely know, chasing the dream but moving too slow. The spotlight fades, the night grows cold. Another story left untold. The strings are worn, the voice is weak, but the fire inside still begs to speak. This road of fire and tears, where the music drowns out all the fears, but the echoes of love still call my name through the smoke and the flame. Oh, this road of fire and tears, where the glory can hide all the years, but the stage is my home, the crowd is my prayer, though my heart's never there.
So I am absolutely blessed to have all those guys from the last 42 years that either played with us in the band or shared a stage with us, or they opened for us or we opened for them. Pretty much every one of them. There's a few that passed away. But it's like I can call any of these guys still to this day, and like that, hey, I need a solo here. I know what I want. I just can't do it anymore. Hey, no problem, Ron. Guy shows up next day, goes through it 3 or 4 times, we record it. That's it. I'm truly blessed to be able to have guys to do that still. So. And they all know, I mean, these are all guys that I shared the stage with at some point in time in one way or the other. And, still friends after all these years. And I got so many. So when the word got out that I was doing this, guys I hadn't even thought of have gotten hold of me and said, hey, if you need me, I'm here. Guitar, bass, I'm covered with Dave and Buff, or Jeff, his nickname was Buff. Bass, I'm covered with those two guys, which they were both my bass players. Guitars, I obviously have my son, Cole, my son-in-law. 7 other guitarists from other bands that I can call who are happy to do this. So, and they all know that my hands don't work like they used to. And that's what gets me frustrated, because, again, I couldn't imagine what Jason Becker's going through, but I know what to do. I know how to do it. I know what I want to do, but 50-60% of the time, I can't get my hands to do it anymore. So that's when I call them, and they're like, well, what did you want? And I'll tell them, I'll start showing them real slow, this is what I was going for, and then they go from there, and then we record it. So I'm blessed that way. Might as well play a couple more. Let's see. Dark Love. Yep. So yeah, we had a blast. But yeah, Julian, this was actually the other bass player who replaced Dave. He came here over a year ago and actually recorded on with Dave's bass one of the songs. But it's funny right here. That's me and him in probably 1990. Okay. So 35 years later, me and him again. So I said, all I got to do is call these guys and they show up for me. You know, they have no problem doing this. They, you know, again, there's us. We was in a magazine. We shared a page with Lita Ford. Yeah, that was my Astro and George Jetson shirt. So yeah, I got belittled a lot over on that other channel for whatever reason. But junior high in 1990. Wow. Let's see. I might as well play a couple more while we're here. I downloaded some more on here. Let's go back to the serial killers. Let's go to Plainfield's Monster. That drum kit in that photo, that was
Back road, Wisconsin, frost on the ground, a quiet little farmhouse, no screams, no sound. Mama's words still screaming in his brain, a lonely boy praying through the pain. Graveyard shift under harvest moon, his shovel sings a hymnal tune. Didn't kill like the stories say, he stole from the dead, then he walked away. Newspapers hungry, ink runs red, truth gets thinner with every word said. They say he wore the skin of the damned, built a throne from bone and hand, face of fear, a butcher's grin, but the devil lives in what we print. Say his name, watch it so. Truth rots slow, but legends explode in Plainfield. The shadows grim, half of it lies, half lives in him. Lampshades lit with a human glow, belts that once had names, you know. Master faces, frozen screams, a man hiding inside a sick drum. Mother dead, but she's never gone, her voice still pulling the curtains drawn. Not a king of blood and war, just a mind that snapped before. True woman killed, the rest on earth. The lie gets louder as the legends burn. They say he danced in a house of skin, drank the dark, let the madness in, caught his sins in candlelight, but sin sells better in the night. Say his name, watch it so. Truth pops slow, but legends explode in Plainfield. The shadows grim, half of it lies, half lives in him. us who sharpened every myth spun. Shovel, skin, sin and bone. Lonely man in his borrowed home. Grave dirt press his mother's face. A human tragedy, a sad disgrace. Truth wears rags, legend wears a crown. Truth stays bloody, but his legends yelled. Say his name, feel it crawl. Fear needs icons, not the small. In plain field, under snow and rain, a sick man lived, and we made his name. Candles out, the story stays. Truth in shadow, myth in flames.
Yeah, again, like the clapping, we didn't do that. That's all stuff he did, and he has a group of singers that sing backup for a lot of his stuff, and that's who he had. You know, they work for him, and he did all this mixing for us for free. For those of you who are newer here, he did all the mixing for us for free. Been a friend of mine for years. Did 2 of the 3 we did, and you know what gets you is he's doing this where he's experimenting with stuff he doesn't normally do, or using new equipment he hasn't got to try, or old stuff he hasn't used in years. And the deal was send him what I have, send him all the raw tracks. He does all the mixing, does everything. Doesn't cost me a dime, but I get what I get, like it or not, because I know he's experimenting. So, and Greasy, you know, like I said, All the King's Men is the only one that I wrote out of fantasy, so to say. Everything else, I either lived it or studied it or had a friend who lived it. And that's why, well, of course, the Frankenstein and you know, that's just watching the movies for years and years. But, you know, as far as the serial killers, I've always interested in it, not because I want to be a serial killer, don't get it wrong, but I just like the history of it. And what amazes me is how someone can do that to somebody and not have any feeling, and then how a lot of them got away with it. So, you know, and how I did that, I told you guys how I did that before, is I watched it, took notes, and then started going from the notes to get the words to those 4 songs. So with that, we'll go with Lizzie Borden, or Lizzie's Lie, because I still don't think she did it. I think her uncle did it. Less is more, Gilmore style.
Heat. The white clapboard house stands on 2nd Street. A father's boots by the cellar door. Stepmother's prayers on the parlor floor. No screams heard, no weapon was found. Just silence thick as the burial ground. They say the house was locked up tight. They say she moved with a ghostly flight. Her alibi was thin as candle flame, but with children say was carved into our yesterdays. The truth wore black, but her legend still grew. All bloodless lies, but the world swore true. Was it innocent hands or a kiss? He was cold as iron, hard as steel. A daughter trapped in Sunday silence, a lifetime chained to his iron will. The maid in the kitchen, time seems so strange. Minutes bend and they never change. The law searched the trails, they searched her soul. Found no stains to damn, but no proof that would hold. The blade covered in ash, the trial was just noise. Justice was weighed by men and boys. Lizzie bought and took an axe, so the rhyme goes on. Sung by the living, being fed by the dead. Courtroom clears her, the crowd won't bend. The myth needs blood, not an honest stand. Say it slow and let the legend run fair. A legend lives where the truth was cast. Was it rage or was it fate, or a story the town had to create? Fear needs a face and a name to blame. History loves a deadly game. If she didn't swing, if she didn't swing, who did that day? Silent swings in darker ways. She lived her years wearing mourning black. No smiles captured in the photographs. Neighbors crossed the street in prayer, as if the crime still lingered there. Her verdict read, but never believed. Her life was acquitted, but her soul never free. Oh, Lizzie Gordon took an axe, that's how legend feels. A simple rhyme for a complicated deed. Truth went quiet, the song stayed loud. One woman buried by an angry crowd. Say her name, hear history bend. The axe was real, but the myth was planned. Two left dead, one walked away.
Or an album title, Fear Needs a Face. There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's just I never got into writing, and this is probably why, and uh, because back in the day, I didn't do a lot. I wrote the music, but I didn't really write lyrics. What I would do was, like, I might have a line or a chorus, and that, or say, kind of want this one to go this way, and then other guys would write it. But it hasn't been, other than the One Night Eternal, which I had like first verse and a half, or maybe the first two verses done of that in '84. So I mean, that song is literally started 42 years ago, and it just got finished last year. So, but yeah, it's just the last 4 years, 5 years, 5 years. Well, since COVID, when COVID hit, is I sat down and started writing. I had like I said, my phone is full of bits and pieces, or half a song, or even whole songs with no words to them yet. And it was just, I started sitting down, and the very first one I wrote then was the song Pain, which you guys never heard that. That was done, but it's not, no, it's nothing like it's supposed to be. So, I just started writing, again, from what I know, what I lived or studied or friends of mine went through, instead of trying to just come up with, Harry Potter type stuff. I like that backstage. So, and then it started coming easier when I started doing it that way instead of trying to just write something that I knew nothing about. Good night, Mad. I'm going to do one more and that's it anyhow. We'll do No More Love. A lot of anti-love songs on here. So have a good night, brother.
A cruel illusion, a masquerade, a game of hearts so easily played. But I've seen through its deceitful guise, in its clutches only pain lies. Anti-love, a bitter truth I've come to know. In its absence, true freedom starts to show. No more chains, no more tears to cry. In the void of anti-love, I'll fly. Promises whispered, vows now broken. In the wreckage of love, I've awoken. No more longing for a phantom embrace. In the shadows of anti-love, I find my grace. Anti-love, a bitter truth I've come to know. In its absence, true freedom starts to show. No more chains, no more tears to cry. In the void of anti-love, no more illusions of happily ever after.
That's all.
In the silence of anti-love, I'll find my laughter. No more searching for a love that's true. In the depths of anti-love, I find my rescue. Anti-love, a bitter truth I've come to know. In its absence, true freedom starts to show. No more chains, no more tears to cry. In the void of anti-love, I'll fly. So here I stand, liberated and free, in the realm of anti-love, where I'll always be. No more illusions, no more lies. In the
That's it for the music, guys. But what do I know? I don't know anything. So thank you guys. Thanks everybody for hanging out. And I am not joking, man. Like Mad said, and Dave, this is awesome. I love this. And I'm still amazed that you guys just want to sit here with me for hours and work on guitars or talk about horror movies. But backstage, I like that. The swing of the pendulum. Cool. Well, that's why I was listening to this one. One section, it sounded like he added a keyboard, but it was just like, ding, 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 ding. I heard that in the back. I was like, whoa, what is that? So, by the way, get the Heavies headphones, man. They are freaking awesome. Julian, thank you. Yeah, this is a freaking. It really is a great community. And a term that was used before. Sometimes the trash takes itself out. That's all I'm saying. So, everyone, good night. Julian, good day. Have a good day. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. And with that, we will play the intro, outro. And again, Mr. Wood did a great job on this, but I don't think we'll ever see him back here. Shame. So anyhow, good night, everybody. Stay safe, stay warm, stay cool, wherever you are. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that, Uncle Raymond. No problem. Good night, everybody.